election, raises questions on how we're going to contend with that as a nation. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours. Still congested?
Nope.
Uh-oh. New Mucinex 2-in-1 Saline Nasal Spray.
Spray goodbye.
New Mucinex 2-in-1 Saline Nasal Spray. With a gentle mist and innovative power jet, spray goodbye to congestion. It's comeback season.
So what are you
Comeback
thinking?
season.
I'm thinking
About our honeymoon.
What about Africa? Safari.
Hot air balloon ride.
Swim with elephants.
You can't hear me?
Can we afford a safari? Great question. Like everything, takes a
You
little
can't hear
planning.
me?
Or put the money towards a down payment
On a ranch
in Montana.
with horses.
Let's take a look at those scenarios.
JP Morgan Wealth Management has
And
advisors in Chase branches and tools like
over
Wealth Plan
here,
to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it all, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management.
She's the champion.
If you're looking for the one, find the home with a short commute to work. Find the one in a great school district. And find it exclusively in professionally sourced listings.
Freedom.
Download the Realtor.com app today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for, I guess, my 100th Mint commercial. No.
Huh.
I mean, it's unlimited premium wireless for
All right.
$15 a month. I mean, honestly, when I started this, I thought I only have to do like 4.
Hey,
How are
everybody.
there still people paying 2 or 3 times that much?
We
Sorry, I shouldn't be
are
victim blaming
live
here.
today to go
It's still
over
$15 a month, so
to
whatever
see
you're
the
ready.
results of the presidential election tonight.
Sorry about all that production value.
For Tuesday,
My mental health was better.
Taco
Uncontrollable
Tuesday as well,
movements
because
called
we're gonna
TD,
have
tardive
taco
dyskinesia,
tonight.
started disrupting my day.
TD felt
And
embarrassing.
brownies.
I felt like disconnecting. I asked my doctor about treating my TD.
Thank you guys
and
for
learned about
joining us.
Ingrezza.
Ingrezza is clinically proven to treat TD, quickly reducing TD by greater than 5 times at 2 weeks. #1 prescribed Ingrezza has dosing that's always 1 pill once daily, and you can keep taking most mental health meds. Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with
I have
Huntington's
my
disease.
critique
Call your
over
doctor if you
here,
become depressed,
Alan.
have sudden behavior or mood changes,
Are you
or
talking
suicidal
about
thoughts. Don't take
critique
Ingrezza
over
if
there?
allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling in eyes, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart rhythm
Hey,
problems.
everybody.
Know how Ingrezza
I'm
affects
Alvin.
you
That's
before
Charles.
operating a
Welcome
car
to
or
Tips for
dangerous
Tat.
machinery.
We
Report
are
fever,
going
stiff
to
muscles, or
be,
problems thinking, as these might be life-threatening.
watching the
Shaking,
election
stiffness,
tonight.
drooling,
We're
and
gonna
trouble with
cook a little
moving or
bit
balance
here.
may occur.
Take control by asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman, just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love.
We're gonna just cook a little bit here.
How many subscriptions do you have?
Probably just Netflix and
Commentate
All
a
right,
little
it's saying
bit.
you have 13 subscriptions, which is costing you around $270 a month. What? You can cancel the ones you don't want right through the app, and it can even help you try and get a refund.
I got this
$1,000 camera for only $41 on Deal Dash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
My name is Dave, and I hate money, which is why I don't like Rocket Money. Rocket Money notified me I could save money by finding and canceling unwanted subscriptions in the app, which is great for people who love money. But that's not me.
NBC News can now project at this hour that we have a winner in the Rhode Island Senate race. Democratic incumbent Senator Sheldon Whitehouse has been reelected in the great, mighty state of Rhode Island.
All right.
NBC News can also project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Massachusetts. Democratic incumbent Senator Elizabeth Warren will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Connecticut Senate race. Democratic incumbent Senator Chris Murphy will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Tennessee, where incumbent Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn will be returning to the United States Senate. At this hour, this is the standing in the United States Senate: 32 Democratic-held seats, 42 Republican-held seats. That reflects the Republicans picking up one seat. They picked up a seat in West Virginia, the seat currently held by now independent, previously Democrat Joe Manchin. We've also got to look, interestingly, at the Indiana governor's race. This was one to watch. I said earlier, NBC News can now project that the Republican candidate for governor in Indiana has prevailed over the Democratic candidate. This is Mike Braun, the U.S. senator who decided not to run for re-election in the Senate, to instead run for that governorship in Indiana. A strong challenge from the Democrat there, although the Democrat hasn't held the governorship in Indiana in 20 years, so it would have been a big upset. It is the Republican, Mike Braun, who will hold that seat. Looking at a couple of ballot measures now. This is interesting. In Florida, one of the statewide ballot measures in Florida was an amendment number 3 that would have legalized marijuana. That is now projected to fail. So legalization of marijuana will fail in Florida. It has to pass by 60%. So even though there is a 55% margin in favor, that is short of the 60% margin that is needed to pass this amendment. And now looking at the very, very important and very closely watched abortion rights measure on the ballot in Florida. Again, you need 60% to pass. At this point, there's no projection as to what the result is going to be for this Florida abortion rights measure. But the yes vote right now, with 82% of the vote in, at 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida. But 57 is shy of the 60% needed to get that measure passed. Been a lot of controversy in Florida, particularly over that one, as Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor there, has used the state government, has used state agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the abortion rights amendment on the ballot, sending threatening letters to Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads in support of that abortion rights measure. So we'll see how that comes out. We don't yet know.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis has put everything on trying to ensure that Florida will buck the trend of every other state, including red states, that have passed the right to bodily autonomy. He's put everything on it, including, as you said, threats, whatever it takes to try to make sure that that amendment fails, using the power of government in a way that is, I would say, openly fascist and determined and very determined. Because, of course, this is something that he wants to be his signature thing. It's the thing he passed, thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump and move to his right and make him a national star and potentially the heir to Donald Trump in the party. But I want to really quickly talk about the other amendment, the marijuana amendment, which I think a lot of people assumed would pass. A good friend down there that is in politics in the state of Florida. The advertising against the marijuana amendment was really based on the fact that it would empower two very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are two of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person. It would be empowering two big companies. So there was a really strong pushback against it.
And DeSantis also very strongly pushing, just as just pushing against the abortion amendment, also pushing on that one. Let me just interject, because we have had a poll closing while we have been talking here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest in Arkansas will be Donald Trump. Stephanie Roll.
Floridians for Freedom is the group that worked to get this abortion measure on the ballot. In the last week alone, they have had to upgrade. They've had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 48 hours, they did a last-minute fundraise because people came in and said, we want more yard signs. And when I heard from one of their backers, I said, why do they need more yard signs with 24 hours to go? And he said, it's not about the signs. It's about that they are getting this kind of demand in the last week. And what's interesting, they got a whole slew of new volunteers right after Donald Trump's speech at Madison Square Garden. Puerto Rican women in the Orlando area said, we're about to mobilize. We're going to call our network. That's all in the last week and a half. So they might only be at 57%, but 60% isn't that far away, and they have got some wind in their sail.
We should also just note, I mean, they tried the Republican opponents of abortion rights in Ohio try to maneuver this last summer where they tried to raise the threshold in a other vote to get it to 60% because they knew they would lose if it was 50%. They lost that, then they lost at the ballot box. If they lose 57, 58, 59, somewhere around there, it still means that in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry by quite a bit and a state that has been moving to the right, a strong majority, I mean, a 14-point majority, a 13-point majority, something like that for abortion rights in a state in which the Republican governor is campaigning against it. That 60% threshold is part of Florida law. It's not like a funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not it gets over the line. Of course, it matters greatly to the women and families in Florida, whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC News has just made a projection in the presidential race in Delaware. There's a winner in the presidential race in Delaware. The winner is Democratic candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris. Nicole, you're going to jump in there.
I mean, I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to fall in the way that we receive data, right? I mean, the story that we've all been covering, the thing we've been talking about, I think that 7 anchors are getting at, is really at its core a gender gap on the issue of bodily autonomy. And I think that that is not, that those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very slow and tedious. And I think it's going to mean that some of the people that used to be Republicans are now independent. We're going to be putting people in categories for a long time, and we're not going to know the results of some of the, because to your point, a state that Trump won handily has 57, perhaps maybe they'll get up to 60% of its voters, men and women, young and old, who support abortion rights.
Let me jump in here with one other call. In the state of Delaware, we just had a presidential call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. It's Republican Eric Hansen versus Democrat Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can project that the Senate seat in Delaware will go to Lisa Blunt Rochester. NBC News can also make a projection in Delaware in the governor's race. The governor's race in Delaware goes to the Democratic candidate there, Matt Meyer. So Delaware with the presidential race, Senate race, and the governor's race all go in blue.
And can I just throw in that this also, the abortion question in Florida also has impacts across the entire Southeast, because Florida was the one place that people who were in the South could go to for reproductive care. Right. And now all eyes turn back to North Carolina, which will have a Democratic governor, will retain a Democratic governor. It'll be interesting to see if Republicans lose their supermajority, which they have by one seat because one Democrat switched sides and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority, watch for North Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion. And then that will leave one other place, because right now, women in the South have to drive all the way to Maryland or Virginia. And so there's a real issue with women who potentially could lose their lives or become extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back to Lisa Blunt Rochester actually winning that Senate seat in Delaware. That's a former Senate staffer working her way up all the way. It's one of those great stories of this candidate coming in there, and it wasn't a foregone conclusion. She had to mount a serious campaign to do it. She had to win a primary, and she made it all the way. As we watch the Senate unfold tonight, so far, the Democrats have, in effect, lost only one seat, and They had big hopes for Florida, which it didn't come through. The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible pickup in Texas in the Senate is the big thing they're watching.
And of course, watching the challenged Democratic incumbents in Montana and in Ohio.
Yeah, can they hang on?
Yeah,
And that is a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to Steve, who I know is watching some of the Pennsylvania vote coming in. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia and Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County. Those are the two biggest in the state. So I think why don't we just give you a sense here over the next couple hours as Pennsylvania starts to take shape, what we're going to be looking at, because this could be absolutely critical, obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first of all, for Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You could see Biden 603,000, Trump 132,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia. I think one of the numbers to keep an eye on as Philadelphia and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they're going to be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there for Democrats. Give it relative to what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county, this is a little bit more racially diverse. You see Biden won this by 26 points. It's just about running up the number for Democrats in Delaware County, as is the case in Chester County. Now, Chester County, again, this fits that profile we talk about. High concentration of college degrees, higher income. There's no county in Pennsylvania in the Trump era that has become more Democratic to the degree that Chester County has. So as you start to look at the results come in here tonight, it'll be a while, see what Biden got here, 58%, maybe set a benchmark in your head of 60%. Can Harris break 60% in Chester? Because what's happening in Pennsylvania, and this is going to be a theme in the two other northern tier battleground states, what's happening in Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is geographically contracting. Trump came along in 2016, and he started to run up massive margins in rural areas of the state, rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities and metro areas. Again, suburbs, places, as I say, keep saying it, but it's what the stats show, high concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster, York. This is actually an area. There are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again because it's vote by mail. These are almost all going to be red tonight. And this is, when I say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be Northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail. But here's the story in Lackawanna County, where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. And that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. Largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of crucial and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
Jenna likes to win.
I gotta go through
So when she couldn't lose weight, she came to us for access to GLP-1 medication.
I hadn't done anything. I was just reading.
It's the only thing that curbed her cravings and quieted her food noise. Now she's lost almost 20% of her weight in a year with diet and exercise.
Now that's a win.
We got you, Jenna. Connect with the provider at ro.co/TV.
Okay, well then you go sit down somewhere.
Being good at video games was part of the social currency of the moment.
The first time I saw the Rodney King video, it felt surreal.
Generation X, born between 1965 and 1980.
I could be dead in a ditch somewhere and my parents wouldn't know.
That's so Gen X.
Tomorrow, on the morning after the election, Joe, Mika, and Willie unpack the results.
There is so much at stake, so much on the line.
For the most comprehensive analysis of the 2024 election, you need your Morning Joe.
I am washing my hands. Not with your tongue. You want to touch it? Damn dirty door handle. Enjoy. Wash my hands. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You just told me you wanted me to do everything. You seem like you want to do everything. But she's sitting there talking like you don't know what to do. You know, I'm not a cooker. I'm an eater. Is what you said. But I was helping, and then you're telling me that's not next. You're not. You're not either. Not that serious. Doesn't have to be.
As we are headed toward 9 o'clock Eastern, one of the big poll closings we're going to be watching there is, of course, Arizona. A little bit of news out of Arizona. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes announced at a news conference that there were 4 non-credible bomb threats that were directed at Navajo County in Arizona. Again, hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs. There are just these hoax bomb threats that have been phoned in to dozens of locations in Georgia, and now we know to multiple locations in Navajo County. Again, in none of these instances does there appear to have been any actual threat. These are simply hoaxes designed to dissuade people and to cause chaos, some cases to force evacuations of polling places. It's absolutely enraging. In some cases, officials have attributed these things to Russian origin. Interestingly, in Arizona, they're saying that some of these threats came from a .ru email address, but that is something somebody could spoof. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is from Russia, but it turns out that's going to be a lot of the background noise of today's election day in multiple states in the United States. Our friend Jen Psaki is here. Jen, good to have you here on set.
Be here.
From what you have seen in all the results that we've had come in thus far as we head towards 9 o'clock, what's caught your eye?
I'm just going to give a couple of everybody take a breath warnings here. One is DeKalb County is not in Georgia because of the extension of the poll hours. That is such a big county for the Democrats. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia. I would also just reiterate,
everybody don't have
said this. It's like a baby blue state, I'm going to say, and that it has not been blue for a long time. It is a hard state for the Harris team. Georgia is. The other thing that I think is, I'm just going to remind people of, is that these college towns voting, as people are talking about long lines in these college towns, that is a huge deal for the Harris team. Because remember, over the last couple of months, there has been understandable questions about whether or not young people, college students would turn out, given Gaza, given protests that were happening on campuses. That's something I've heard from officials in Michigan. I've heard it from officials in Pennsylvania, that there are big, long lines in these college towns, which I don't know that we would have all predicted that just a couple of months ago.
Interesting.
And the other thing is, we've talked about, I mean, I think the Iowa poll and your interview with Dan Salzer really brought this to bear. Polling young people is impossible, and really nobody gets it right. So we don't have good models for how many of them will turn out. We don't actually know till day of how many will turn out. And it depends on their schedules, it depends on the weather, it depends on the entertainment, it depends on their motivation. And we don't have great models for predicting their turnout, and we have even worse models for predicting how they're going to vote. So it might be one of the, I keep saying we might not know until late in the night or maybe even tomorrow, but this is one of the most opaque voting groups.
Chris.
One thing I think, I mean, again, we're early in the evening here. One of the things that was so striking about the public polling and the public data going into this election was that the public polling said this is the closest race that we've ever had.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, that was the consensus view.
Right.
And there was a real question about, well, maybe the public polling's wrong, and maybe it's going to miss a few points in one direction or another. We don't know at this point. It's very early in the evening. But I would say at 8:50, like, it's a very, very close race. that right now, it looks like the public polling, broadly speaking, that this was a very close race, is broadly at 8:51, based on the data we have, about what we're seeing so far. We are seeing signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are just joining us right this second at 8:52:06, and I had to summarize what's going on, no surprises. Pretty much that's what's happened thus far. There's been no surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that said the no surprise result for the presidential race will be, it's really tight, we don't know. And that could be true for a very long time.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups, both sides are betting on turning out, and we don't know if they will or won't. So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan, seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, the people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, you know, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity young male voters that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side, you don't. It's harder to know what turnout means in some ways, at least as I've been looking at the early information that we
And there's also, let's not forget the mama-driven young people vote, because I have 3 humans that are grown adult children, and you have a lot of young voters who wait to the last minute, who are pushed really hard by their families to vote, pushed by their parents to vote. So you have some of that, of the youth vote that actually reflects what you're seeing in the sort of, grown folks vote, because there are, especially when you're talking about Black voters, I'm telling you, the Black mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I literally, I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus. I have a bonus. Well, you have to have an extra, because I have 3. So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. And so we have 3, so we add 4, so they can team up, and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence.
This is
always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Deep insight into your parenting strategy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
Lawrence.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault. It's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called the Electoral College, which, interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about your vote. If you're in California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force that can be in voter suppression, there may be nothing quite like it. Imagine if California voters ever got to think that their votes for president matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't vote today. And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris's total? New York, the state of New York, another 7 million people who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this Electoral College problem is one that bedevils us in the 21st century as it never has before.
Thank you for saying that.
Let me
Because
just,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about 4.5 minutes from this next poll closing. And I know that you guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be closing polls at 9 p.m.
Go to my Michigan page.
Yeah, go to your Michigan page. They're all collated,
Yes, they
alphabetically
are.
according to poll closing time. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all of my Democratic friends are saying it's very tight, and they don't want to make predictions, but people are hesitant to say, but they are encouraged. They're encouraged by what they're seeing in Detroit specifically, even with some of the, and I will just say this as I know this for myself, there were some gaps within the Detroit operation when it comes to the Harris Walz campaign. But even with the gaps, they are encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, by what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the college students, they are in formation.
And that's going to matter.
And that is going to matter, yes.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early, but can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that might portend for a state like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of these exit polls, it really depends on where you're standing, what's precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative of that person? We don't know. If we look back at 2020, exit polls were wildly off last time. Well, I suspect it's going to be the same thing. I was in Reading, Pennsylvania over the weekend, knocking on doors, and I can share with you the folks that we were able to talk to. Most of them had already voted, and they had voted for Harris. When I was talking to Catherine Clark and her team, they basically guesstimated that they were knocking at 2,000 doors a minute. If you were to ask me in that whole web of Pennsylvania, what I'm looking at, that is very much a union town, and people were very upset. Not so much the polls, but really upset at the Madison Square Garden comments. That kept coming out and coming together. Something though that you mentioned too is Lehigh University. People have been waiting in line for 7 hours. It's a party line.
They're FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the campaign side to tell people to stay in line.
Right, and so if you look at how much the Harris campaign is close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania. They understand that that's the holy grail. And between the Latino vote, and I do think the labor vote and the young vote is so hard to actually analyze because some of them have been registering to vote right now, some of them are not on landlines. So I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be that people say what really happened. We actually don't. None of the black box actually recognize it.
But kids are always a black box. Even more so this election season. Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Chuck Schumer. We know that Justice has won Manchin seat in West Virginia. The Senate is officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan and my county executive, Angela Also Brooks, and that race has been called for the Democrat for Angela. So in terms of the status quo ante, that stays in place. The Dems did not lose a seat that some feared they would. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing. And I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about, that people need to just calm down. When you're running against history, guess what? That's a hard hill to climb. And I think there's a lot more game out there. So just relax, y'all.
Everybody simmer down. That's the message from the Insider Studio. Back to you guys in the main studio, Rachel.
Thank you, Alex. I should mention, Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been called. NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland Senate race at this hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to call. In the just as crucial a swing state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in North Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump. In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call. The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call in the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. Looking at the road to 270, with those races called thus far, we've now got Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes. Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings, in Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates. In North Carolina, we've got less than 40% of the vote in there, and that is too early to call. And in the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania, not even 20% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call in Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the Senate races, starting with the key and very interesting Senate race in the great state of Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger, Congressman Colin Allred, it is in the Texas Senate race too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is also too early to call between Republican Carrie Lake and Democrat Ruben Gallego. In the Wisconsin Senate race, where Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin is facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde, NBC News projects in Wisconsin it is too early to call. In the closely watched Michigan Senate race, where Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is up against Republican Mike Rogers, the Michigan Senate race, NBC News projects as too early to call. And in the very interesting Nebraska Senate race, here we've got an incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer, up against not a Democratic challenger, but an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, the Nebraska Senate race, too early to call. The Senate at this hour, again, it's a 100-seat Senate. We've got 42 Republicans seated. We've got 33 Democrats seated. This reflects one seat gained by the Republican Party in West Virginia, the seat vacated by outgoing independent Joe Manchin. Let's hop back down to Florida, where we've got a call in the abortion rights measure in Florida. This is Amendment 4, would enshrine abortion rights in Florida. This, as you see here, has 57% yes and 43% no, but 60% is the threshold that the yes side needed to meet in Florida for the right to abortion ballot measure, the amendment to Florida's state constitution. NBC News can project that the abortion rights measure in Florida will fail. It will fall short of a 60% threshold. Finally, let's look at one governor's race. We've got a governor's race to look at in North Dakota, and the governor's race in North Dakota at this hour, NBC News is projecting as too early to call. So again, lots of calls there. I think the one that, I don't know if it qualifies as a surprise, but I think one that Democrats were hoping was within their reach here was that Florida abortion rights measure. Joy, as you were talking about earlier in detail, Nicole, and Nicole as well. Again, it looks like it's going to win, to Chris's earlier point, by a very large margin, but not a large enough margin to put it over 60 points, which is what they'd need to get a yes.
Yeah, and this is the reason that Republicans wanted that 60 vote threshold, because, I mean, as they tried to do in Ohio, you know, Governor DeSantis has bet his political future on being the champion of denying women their rights over their own bodies. He's competing, obviously, with the governor of Texas. He's thinking about a future in which he would like to inherit Donald Trump's white evangelical base. And he's decided that this is his marker. And he's been willing to use really the awesome powers of the state to try to intimidate and bully even television stations in the state against running ads in favor of that protection. So it will defy all of the other states, including very, very red states that have protected women. Florida, in a lot of ways, it's going to be interesting. And when Stephanie is back, it will be interesting to talk about what Florida's future looks like as a place that can attract corporate headquarters and investment in a state where the governor routinely bullies companies, routinely sues companies that displease him, sued Disney, sued cruise lines, bullied schools about mask mandates, bullies TV stations about what ads they can run. It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place, or does it make it more like some of the other southern states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from,
I mean, it also
particularly
means
international investment?
That Florida, trying to be an international business hub, but also even without everything you just described, they will now continue to retain an incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban, which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move their female staff there, let alone any of their staff that has female.
Can I just take a photo? Go ahead, Lois.
What is another triumph of the minority in American minority rule in American democracy in the 21st century, beginning with George W. Bush becoming president with less votes than Al Gore in the country, right through to tonight, 57% in Florida loses. That's what loses in Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
It looks like a Senate vote where you see the motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve.
All I was going to say is don't lose sight of the number, 57%. Because if Harris's gender gap ticks up to 57%, that has been 57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access. If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states we have been talking about. 57% in Florida voting for reproductive health care is an important number to keep an eye on. Is 55 to 57? Is that, if that's where Harris comes in with women, with all voters, with men and women? If that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good night for the Harris campaign.
Steve, let's go to you. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina numbers.
Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those. It's gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina. And I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. You know, when Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question was, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground game, maybe having Harris at the top of the ticket, thinking this might help them. So you see it right here. This county looks like it's going to flip. Joe Biden won this by 4 points 4 years ago. Now Donald Trump, with just about all the vote in, is ahead by 3 in Anson County. Again, rural, large African-American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in, is winning it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to Warren County, 26 for Biden tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You could look down at Martin County. Again, large black population, 5 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote. It's the in-person vote. It's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can. So look, it was 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it's so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican. And we could just show you, you're starting to, this is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it. And you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane, look, 38, 57, 8, 39. You're at about 4,700 votes in 2016. It was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. And I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere of a big turnout issue. There are 2 blue counties in the mountains. The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is now. We have about half here with the same day to come. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, this is not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this, it's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabba's County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing, it's diversifying, it's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations, not getting what they hoped for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the Triad. You got Greensboro. We don't have a ton here. In Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, look, 70% in now. Trump continuing with an advantage here. It's about 243,000 votes. And we are getting a lot more clarity in the metro Atlanta area. A couple things. We talked about this. Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, is a Republican stronghold. Not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote. A little bit more Republican friendly. The 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level at all, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. Would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. We finally have a little bit in Gwinnett County. I just want to linger on this one for a minute because it's enormous. This county has over 1 million people. It has transformed demographically in the last generation. This used to be a staunchly Republican, heavily white county. It's now one of the most diverse in the country. Democrats, you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this, in 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see, it's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban, fringe Atlanta metro counties that are red. The question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You can see almost the same. It's about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage. There's not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, the bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come. So room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here at Walton County. Again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County is one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations. And the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin's just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're, seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County, very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population, 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16.5 with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia, 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island is that there is a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride. The Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress. And she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention it's another race that would not necessarily make national news, except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our affiliate, our NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been reelected to a second term and by a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia, tonight. Another piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania. This is in the central part of the state because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that were just disclosed now, these Pennsylvania ones are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating more threats in undisclosed other states. So it's more even than we have previously mentioned. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat. The threat that happens here is the calling in the bomb threat where there isn't a bomb in place, specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
And for kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became a presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what are you seeing there in Reno?
Nothing's wrong with you. You have to stop taking everything so serious.
Two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines. And two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the reporter thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is: the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the electorate. It is confounding pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk through the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that, it is such a big part of the vote now that these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they are that way because primarily of a rule of a law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, and by the way, this line snakes ridiculously long for this building. Eventually you pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020 that said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You have to essentially assign yourself to a Republican Party or a Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent about 6 months here, and I've equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisans that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this, a bellwether within a bellwether, where so many people are trying to read the tea leaves, so difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. I've spoken to both campaigns. Everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this population. Republicans think that they are leaning more right. Democrats seem to think that this is a younger, more diverse population, and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see. Although we're hearing lines are particularly long, not just here, but also southern Nevada counties. 3 hours we're hearing for some lines, which could push this into the night. Rachel.
Steve Carson for us in Reno. Steve, thank you very much. Fascinating. I love seeing people come into the polling place behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night. Can be hard to arrange the childcare. Why not make it into a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we'll be back with you later on as we head toward poll closing in Nevada. Much appreciated. We do have a call to make. NBC News can now project that the presidential race in New York has a winner. Kamala Harris has won the presidential race in the great state of New York. Steve Kornacki. Oh, wait, hold. Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say? Looking at the road to 270 map, Donald Trump with 168 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 62 electoral votes. Steve Kornacki, you are looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Who you think wants to be in control?
Again, the story in Pennsylvania is we say most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, or Scranton, this is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the election day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county. I think once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania. And that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we will we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it lets the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why it's that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of a vote in, this would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County, every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000, Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Soboroff, who is standing by in Philly. And Jacob is actually with the Philadelphia City Commissioner, who is in charge of running elections in that city. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, at least same populace in Philadelphia. There are 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Seth succeeded Al Schmidt, who is now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here. You were the Deputy Commissioner to Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the wake of the 2020 election. First thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. This is former President Trump. Your response, please.
Well, it's absolutely not true that there was massive cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so just to put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia at or around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. 1 polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time. So voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
Okay, and just finally this evening, here in Philadelphia, I know that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process any ballots here. Steve Kornacki was talking about this until 7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. depends on the margin of the election. If the voters,
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioners?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
We're glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia. And they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we could talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law, where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, this equal rights amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the 2 southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion. We want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state. But also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, 2 people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris and people interested more broadly in abortion rights are the voters who are saying, yes, we care about abortion. Yes, we're going to vote on these referendums that are across the country in support of choice legislation or choice rights, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump. It is a real cognitive dissonance, and it suggests that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, if you dig deep, isn't actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually have been working.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting thing to watch. I mean, I talked to Gallego the other night. There could be we don't know yet because we haven't seen the results, but there could be voters who vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion protection ballot initiative. And that bends the mind. There's other ways to describe it, but that's my most diplomatic way. Because how can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend. And one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because we know where the public stands on abortion rights. And that makes us assume that they would all vote against Trump, and we just don't know that at this point in time.
That's exactly right. Lawrence, looking at that split ticket voting, looking at, honestly, looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of a splatter painting in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and what their priorities are.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase, it's not an issue about abortion. It's not an issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to get across. It's not an issue. It's up to the states. He kind of shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to, and that seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters. But it is also
for some reason people think
Trump
that's
voters
for,
I know
who that it benefits middle class and lower class. Lower class. It's not. That's only for the wealthy that
and could very
they don't understand
want
that.
To vote for a senator like Gallego, vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people. It doesn't. Abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I've got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is projected to be the winner in the state of Ohio. Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing state, just like Florida. Neither of them considered to be a swing state anymore. I mean, when the Iowa poll came out, when Ann Seltzer's Iowa poll came out, I think people thought, like, if that's the kind of race that we're looking at here, if Iowa is potentially in play for the Democratic presidential candidate, then a state like Kansas could be too. A state like Ohio could be too. It looks like, again, we are in a realm of no surprises here, which is where we've been all night.
Which is where David Plouffe's at, right where Jen Psaki is sitting. And I think we asked about some of these other states, and he shut it down and said, no. And they are waiting for which, but you just mentioned, I mean, they're watching the blue wall, and they're watching it not anxiously yet, that would be too strong, but eagerly.
Yeah. I mean, right, let's just be blunt about this. If, say, and these are not calls, but let's say Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina. Let's say he also wins Nevada and Arizona.
Until they don't have anything.
If Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we're talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state calls, none of which have been called.
And by the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way the Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states. Waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that. But I think the old-fashioned way of doing it, plus that Nebraska special district that's the one little blue dot, I mean, that is the way, the old-fashioned way Democrats won elections. And I can tell you the one place that at least the folks I'm talking to in the campaign are looking outside of the blue wall and paying really close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Kornacki does, is the Georgia suburbs, because that is where they're seeing overperformance for Vice President Harris, is in the suburbs of Georgia. And if she overperforms Biden in 2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for presidential.
Let me interject. I don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization in a couple of very important states. In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization of this race had been too early to call. It is now too close to call in Pennsylvania. Similarly, in the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's look first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described, this Wisconsin Senate race, as too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey, Democrat Bob Casey. Yeah. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan. In Michigan, the presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again, here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an open seat in Michigan. Democrat is Alyssa Slotkin. Republican is Mike Rogers. This had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call. So just recapping here, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those 3 states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race in all 3 of those battlegrounds. It is also true for the Senate races in all 3 of those battlegrounds. I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Jen Psaki, I understand you've been getting some intel on Nevada.
Well, Nevada, I think, is a very interesting state to look at for a range of reasons, one of which the majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things I've been hearing a lot from Democrats over the past couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as nonpartisans since 2020. But in 2022, the nonpartisans, that was the closest Senate race in the country. We all remember Jackie Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits, but she still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say, it was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket.
That's right.
The internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting race to watch for me. And I think the nonpartisans, there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new call. We've got a projection in the presidential race in Kansas. NBC News can now project that the winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different battleground states. Claire McCaskill, I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and they all feel good about those Senate races. The only 2 out there that everyone is still biting their fingernails over are John Tester in Montana, who has to overcome a huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown. We don't know at this point what kind of margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be. I know we've called it for Trump, Ohio, but the rest of them, everybody's feeling really good about. And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath. Those are the 3 states we need. Don't have to have Georgia, don't have to have North Carolina. We have to have those three. And they have been surprised. The campaign has been surprised by the level of involvement on these college campuses today on election day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Claire, thank you for that. Much appreciated.
Thank you,
These
Claire.
cities, of course, are like our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama, that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race. And they also have incredibly tight fought Senate races at a time when Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day. And it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now at 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants this number. Democrats want that number. Right now, it's sitting right in between them. It's sitting at 5. So there's still some same day to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day seems to be favoring Trump. How much is it going to favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one, because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black. And you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the voters in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You can take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties. The ones with the huge populations. You start with Fulton County. And we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Excuse me, Douglas. Cobb County, we also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. You know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting in the presidential race in the great state, the swing state of Nevada, it is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race in Utah. NBC News also projecting a winner in the presidential race in Montana. So Nevada, too early to call. Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana.
That would be nice if we pushed it back.
Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Wisconsin, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown. That is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call. Let's look at some calls from Senate races from the 9 p.m. poll closings in New York State. NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota Senate race, where incumbent Republican Kevin Cramer will be returning to the Senate from North Dakota. NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race in Mississippi, where incumbent Republican Roger Wicker will be returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprises. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one net gain seat, a flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew. I mean, we don't have very many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings at 11 and 12 and 1 at midnight, 1 at 1 a.m. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close in on something called,
The final polls were, I think the final Marist poll, right, was +4 nationally. I mean, I think that what we're, right, what we're seeing is what that looks like. And you take a national number and you toss it around and you think, oh, I don't know, that feels fine. I think that you said a few minutes ago, let's be blunt. Let's be blunt. I think when you watched what Donald Trump did in 2020, what Democrats were fantasizing about was a landslide victory, where he wouldn't be able to peer at a red mirage and falsely claim victory. And so some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final best poll had her +4 nationally really didn't, the data suggested that something that would disallow Donald Trump to claim victory before the results were known, that really wasn't on the table. We live in an evenly divided country and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting in line in the last live shot that Jacob Soboroff did, the fact that there are still people voting in the West means we really do have to do what Jen said, because we have to wait for the votes to be counted. Now, what will start to be something we keep an eye on is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted. At least 4 years ago, that was his public position. And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air, when Steve is still tapping counties and we only see numbers like 34, 44, we don't have all the vote in. And I think this will become another test for the country and our patience.
It's also, I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, and I'm sure you all are as well, it is fairly shocking. And I don't think it's something that should make us super proud, that despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside, which is very hard to set aside, an adjudication of sexual abuse against a woman, and then 24 other allegations, and Jeffrey Epstein saying it was his best friend, and you name it, you just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%,
what does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about, what does that say about us?
I think that's right, but I think, again, going back to how the Harris campaign approached this candidacy in these 2 weeks, they sat there presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat a Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote. So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envisioned to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail. And it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him. So we're waiting to see if what they built will work.
And to Joy's point, one of the things that we've discovered in these last few campaigns, all of these Trump campaigns, is that these two parties do not have the same rules. It's like two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you and it's no penalty for this other team. And so, the idea that if Joe Biden said the wrong word at a certain time, or wasn't able to come up with the word he wanted to say at a certain time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter, but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
Yeah. One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the rural and urban divide. And we talk about divides every presidential election cycle, but part of this, I think, is it's just a cultural different world. And I was talking to this strategist in North Carolina, he's in North Carolina, he was telling me about North Carolina. He said, really, it's like rural Alabama and Northern Virginia, and it's two states in one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city and the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss in the rural areas? That's where we still are, despite everything that's happened. And that has been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles. But to me, it's interesting. It hasn't changed. And maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment, regardless of who wins.
It's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what you're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs for everybody here. But if the working class, non-college educated voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans and in a targeted fashion. But, you know, I was in Saginaw, Michigan at a union hall, and these union voters who are working on infrastructure act jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me, suggests that the Democratic Party needs to do a much better job of selling its achievements to working class voters. And working class voters also need to be more engaged in understanding the chasm that separates these two parties in terms of policy.
Particularly since one of the candidates is being bankroled by a billionaire right now.
Exactly.
Can I just say very quickly? Yes, do a call.
This is time when I feel least bad for interrupting. Sorry. All right, we do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado, that Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado. Joy, what were you saying?
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever. One place there's not going to be realignment, Black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world that wants to say that Black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1 point difference is not a difference at all between where Black men were in 2020 and where they are in 2024. It's not Black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters, for sure. But you are not seeing shifts among Black men. Please stop saying Black men.
The only area
supporting Trump.
There has been some, which just seems like an outlier, is Wisconsin, where there's but again, it's exit polling. So what do we know?
Yeah.
I want to go over to Steve Kornacki because a rumor has floated its way to me, which is that a whole bunch of vote just came in from Arizona.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is, more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come. But as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see where Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, where Scranton is, Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So, keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And a reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it, that would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide. But it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now, you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area of suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaiggn's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the voting in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in too on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because obviously that's the wild card in Philadelphia.
No, I'm for real.
Just check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh.
I wasn't
These are
doing
places,
anything.
where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, but for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, Steve, we'll be back with you. We've got a few projections that we've got to catch up with. There is a projection to make. NBC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump is projected to have won the presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC News is projecting a winner in the Maryland Senate race. Angela Alsobrooks, the Democrat, will be the next senator from the state of Maryland, defeating Maryland Republican Larry Hogan. NBC News also has a projection to make in the Senate race in Texas. Incumbent Republican Ted Cruz will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the Wyoming Senate race. Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the United States Senate. And now let's look at Nebraska. Unusually, Nebraska has effectively 2 Senate seats on the same ballot, which is rare. But that is because this one is a special election. The Nebraska special Senate election is to fill the remainder of the term of Ben Sass, Senator Ben Sass, who resigned. Pete Ricketts has held this seat since January, so he's running for it in the special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is this very interesting one. This is incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, who is facing no Democratic challenger, but she is facing an independent challenger. And the independent challenger is Dan Osborne. At this point, this is too early to call in this Senate race in Nebraska. Again, of the 2 that were on the ballot, this one too early to call, even as the special Senate election in Nebraska. The other Senate election in Nebraska has been called for the Republican incumbent Lawrence.
And that is now Texas seat staying with Ted Cruz. Nebraska is now the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight. And that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Allred Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every election, it looks like someone might be able to get it in Texas. Beto O'Rourke, every time, and they come close. And so, who knows? Maybe it's next time. And you can't be surprised if the Democrat comes in second in Texas. You're just not allowed to be surprised by that.
Right.
And it's a question of how much ground did they gain this time?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also understanding the electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats. If it's becoming a browner state, there's a bigger Latino population. And we know from Paulo Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built, either intentionally or unintentionally in the 21st century.
Texas is also a state. I mean, we talked a little about realignment before. It made me think about when I worked on the Kerry campaign. I mean, he would still say to this day that he would be president if not for Ohio, which is kind of how it goes. But that was a state that we were waiting. That was the state that determined that night that he was going to lose. That is no longer a state we're watching with the on the edge of our seat seriousness. Texas, and I agree with everything you just said, Alex, but it is still a state where maybe it's 4 years, maybe it's 8 years. That's a state where if Democrats continue to organize, they're betting at some point it couldn't come into their column. It's the same. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia and North Carolina, but those are more purple states now for Democrats than Ohio is. So there has actually over the last 20 years been a complete realignment of the states in the country that are leaning each way. And that's kind of interesting. And Texas it's the big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state. And the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is. And they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of Black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of Black voters available. And they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation as well.
You have to, I mean, this is the thing. You can't just reappear every 4 years. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call it, is because Stacey Abrams organized, and then John Ossoff organized, and then Raphael Warnock and Natasha Brown. They all continued to organize. They're on the ground. The reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate. It's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming
And the
back
Poor
every
People's
4 years.
Campaign, which is like, I think they did like 900 some thousand,
Yes.
Texans. I mean, you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida is that kind of organizing kind of vanished with the money. And now Nikki Fried, who actually is doing heroic work trying to organize Florida, but it's not a state that the National Party invests in anymore. Whether that, the money that used to go into Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I'll only say this one more time. And there's 7 million people who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College outcome of every presidential election.
That's it.
And so within that 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything anyone's come up with in the modern day.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about 5 million people who did not vote in this election. They just don't vote.
Let's just give a ray of sunshine to California. California can determine that who controls the House. So I hope people are voting. They can still vote. My space-time continuum. You can still vote, but there are states like that where people hopefully are voting.
And to sort of synthesize a little bit of what you guys are saying, in Texas, the unmotivated voter who thinks my vote is not going to matter may be thinking about the presidential race. But the reason that Texas may not matter in the Electoral College and it may not be competitive in the Electoral College may be because of state policies that are outrageously suppressive, which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas's electoral votes. And so there is a sort of civics education and a civics awareness and a civics organizing effort that is about changing the way your state is governed so that your vote will matter to the
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is, particularly among Black voters. This is percentage-wise the largest, other than Mississippi, share of African-American voters. And the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%. And it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a 2-term Democratic governor and that control over things like abortion policy. So, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state, you might want to control who runs your state. And you might want to think more about that. But voters are not thinking at that level of, it's not even 3D chess, it's just regular chess, right? And then that your state votes. And again, to get back to the mama-directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kidults, my Jason and my kidults, I'm not JD Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has the kids, both parents have the kids. Our kidults live in blue states. They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative.
And you're going to shame them on television.
If you want your phone to actually work,
that also works. 2 updates for you. First, on this bomb threat that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible, but they are investigating, again, at the Recorder's Office. Also, 9 polling states and the Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2 hours longer. NBC News is reporting that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats. Again, hoax bomb threats, no real bombs. Bomb threats attributable to Russian email domains in the states of Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, including the Navajo Nation. So we are seeing the impact of these things in terms of, trying to create an atmosphere of chaos. Again, these are not real bombs. Nothing is blowing up. There's no violence that's being committed here. But this appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right, we've got a couple of Senate updates to do. First of all, there's a Senate projection to be made in the great state of Virginia. NBC News projects that Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine will be returning to the United States Senate from Virginia. NBC News can also project in Missouri that the incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley will be returning to the United States Senate as well. Steve, over to you.
Let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here. And this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you've still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed. So why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10 plus sites in the county with an hour plus wait. And one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed. It's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now. Because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee.
I mean, Steve, just to be clear, the long lines there, if we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours, we're already more than a half an hour past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada. If we're looking at 3-hour plus lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying, the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all until the last person's out of line.
They overlook it, like the girl said.
You hit it exactly, Rachel, which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem. It does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines as we speak.
Wow. Rachel. Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly, you don't get the sticker. Stay in line. Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes. So in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County was one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state and in those counties in particular. And folks I've talked to 3 different people at this point who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they cautioned that Fulton County is all the way in, and neither is Gwinnett County. People are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in a line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that, again, are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And, you know, I'm going to repeat what Tom Winter said because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground the day of.
Wow. Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. We've also seen, I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to disrupt and clear out polling places. We've seen a number of both court-adjudicated and election administrators deciding to keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been, because those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place, might not come back once the all clear.
And it's ironic because they say.
All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, you know, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, you know, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that the Democrats looked at. They would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in Northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this.
A little bit.
It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls to give you an update on. First, a Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey, the Democrat Andy Kim will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of New Jersey. NBC News can also make a projection in the governor's race in New Hampshire. And this was an interesting one to watch. In the end, it looks like it will be Republican. Former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The current governor of New Hampshire is Chris Sununu, an incumbent Republican. The Republicans are really hoping to hold on to this governor's seat. And in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection for you, and it's a ballot measure, this one in Colorado. This is one of the 10 states that has an abortion rights measure on the ballot in Colorado. This is Amendment 79. It's a right to abortion and insurance coverage. It's a related matter. NBC News projects that the abortion rights measure in Colorado will pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state called.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time at all, but this always happens on election nights where the bigger cities where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we got to wait and see what they are before anybody starts drinking on their couch or whatever they need to do.
They're already doing that.
They already do. Can I add just one other thing? Because we talk a lot about national security issues. They don't always get front and center attention. Andy Kim, who you just mentioned, he is a former national security official, worked within the Obama administration. Alyssa Slotkin, we don't know what's going to happen in that race. That's her background as well. We'll see what happens in California with Adam Schiff. But it's interesting because we're also seeing sort of a bit of a changing of the guard of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I will also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about him here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like both well-spoken and like compassionate, like a solid leader, and to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like, good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Yeah, two big things just happened we can tell you about. One, we've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County, almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, you know, that is a county, you know, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander is in Fulton County at the elections hub there, where the votes in Georgia's most populous county are being tabulated. What can you tell us, Blaine?
Well, Rachel, I have an update on timing for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office. He tells me that they expect to see the vast majority of Georgia votes uploaded by midnight tonight. Now, that's certainly notable when you talk about the timing, when you talk about what Georgia's going to look like. But he does say that they believe that the state is on track to have most of those results uploaded. So let's look inside here in Fulton County. As you mentioned, the state's most populous county. This is where the tabulations are happening. I want to walk you through this process. It's been fascinating to watch throughout the night. So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade-like route here. They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers are waiting to receive the memory cards and the ballots. If you'll walk with me over here, I'll kind of show you this area. So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in, each person kind of scanning in what's inside. And then once it's scanned, the memory cards go inside what we're kind of calling this almost fishbowl-like situation. This is just this very large plexiglass surrounded area in the middle of this giant warehouse where the votes are being tabulated. And you see the three people that are seated right there in the black at the computers. Those people have been in there diligently throughout the night, tabulating and uploading the results. They started with the early vote count. They've been going, and you hear right now, I think you hear a loudspeaker. These are people who are actually announcing that another precinct has come in. Every time someone comes from another precinct, you get a loud announcement overhead. We see them come in. I will tell you an update on timing here as well, guys. We understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting on them to be uploaded. And so when I last spoke with the elections director, she told me she expects to see that happen by 11 o'clock. And so we could see that happen sometime in the next few minutes as more ballots come in right here, guys.
Fascinating, and really news we can use at this point. Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County at the main voting center there. Again, underscoring what Blaine just reported, that the spokesperson for the Secretary of State's office says the, quote, vast majority of Georgia votes will be in by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now. As we close in on 11 p.m. Eastern and poll closings in 4 Western states, we're getting close to the end of all the poll closings here in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. In terms of our projections here, NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala Harris, California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential race in Idaho. Republican Donald Trump projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State, the presidential race in Washington State projected by NBC News at this hour to be too early to call. Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon, the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral college. The electoral vote map right now, Donald Trump stands at 214 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again, not a single swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called. This is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Pennsylvania, too close to call, a difference of about 119,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Michigan, too close to call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call. Fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects that the race there is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call. And in Nevada, we've got too early to call. That's the projection from NBC News. Let's look at Senate races right now. We've got interesting Senate races in some of the states that just closed. In California, where Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff is facing off against baseball guy, Republican Steve Garvey. That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the control room that baseball guy is not the right way to think, right thing to call him. I apologize. I'll revise that in a moment. In the Senate race in Washington State, incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate at this hour, 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Joe Manchin gave up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37 Democrats in the Senate, 15 uncalled seats as of yet in the United States Senate. So again, we don't have many more poll closings coming. We got one at midnight. We got one at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed, Arizona is yet another state where we have had some delayed results promised. Because of these bomb threats that we have seen all over the country. Arizona counties are reporting that there will be some delayed results, for example, from La Paz County in Arizona. La Paz County's elections office evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb threats. Also, Cochise County, Arizona. The Cochise County Sheriff's Office is advising of a reported bomb threat to the elections office in Bisbee in Cochise County, Arizona. The county building was evacuated as a result of that bomb threat. Again, we are seeing, and the FBI is confirming, and local officials are commenting, and local secretaries, state secretaries of state are commenting on the effect of these bomb threats called into polling places and now counting centers all across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be associated with an actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign of that whatsoever. These appear to be false bomb threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they are investigating whether or not these may be of Russian origin. But again, our battleground recap, summing up, we've got too early to call in North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's too close to call in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
I mean, blue wall, baby, that was always going to be a blue wall night. And I think that, I tried to speak a little bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt, that would eradicate, the threat of something drawn out. And that is, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
Still not acceptable.
You go to you go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come in because they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in a house that doesn't represent how everyone in the house will vote in either direction. And so I think it's going to be a late night. And I think it's the polls. I mean, I guess a slice of good news that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report. We've got the swing states. We've got too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to report. We all know that one. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Which means that when you actually put aside a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plane. They can hit more than one state in a day. She spent her final day campaigning, doing all 5 stops in Pennsylvania. The campaign, and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had in really close. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years. But Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the control room here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything.
You can tell me and I'll tell you.
So go ahead. So if control room is saying anything to me from right now, I think my battery's died. So take it away.
Go to Steve.
Rachel, you seem so energized.
I am energized.
But I do know actually with nobody talking to me that we do need to go to Steve.
But
yes.
Steve.
Yeah. I understand. Did you just throw to me?
Yeah,
it was me.
Somebody was talking to me at IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here again in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. And I think it's important to know there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here, 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County have become big core Democratic vote producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3. And you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59-8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that we have to make in Senate races. NBC News can project that there is a winner in the Senate race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins this both in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will not only take over the full term of that seat, he will also take this seat immediately in the Senate from California. One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate. And this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They are now at 49 seats. Democrats are at 39 seats. There are 12 seats uncalled. We've got to go in a moment. We're going to go to Michelle Norris, who is at Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Lawrence, I just wanted to get your reaction to that Senate news.
Yeah, that is a big loss for the Democrats. It takes them down in terms of the incumbencies as of this hour to 49 in the Democrats in the Senate. If you to assume everyone returns, John Tester was in even more trouble than Sherrod Brown, and so most senators believe that Sherrod Brown had a better chance of getting reelected than John Tester. So if John Tester goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would absolutely guarantee that they lose control of the Senate, because the remaining hope is that Nebraska sends an independent senator to the Senate who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican control.
Yeah, it's also, I will also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown, who was
incredible loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically of the Senate who could go back to a state where no other Democrat could win statewide, and he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very.
But they poured massive amounts of money into Ohio against him this time. Just massive.
Hundreds of millions of dollars, exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle Norris. She's at Harris Election Night headquarters at Howard University. Michelle, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel. Well, the crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet, thinks it doesn't look good there. But one of the interesting things she said that's echoed by a few other people that I spoke to is that the real focus now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second district in Omaha, Nebraska, that sort of blue oval at the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew, that's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University. Campaign the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within that 11 a.m., within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say? Are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic, but they're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play. And I do also think that it's my understanding of they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round. And North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right, Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those 2 bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these counties, you know, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, you know, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah, we do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington state. The winner there also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington state. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate from Washington state. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in, and Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is when where Democrats want to go a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here, Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, we have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break right now. There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. Important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
I've always loved election nights. Every election night reveals a story about the candidates, about the campaign that we just watched, but it reveals a story about the voters who decided the election, what mattered to them, what didn't matter to them, what they prioritized. The presidential election is America's family photo. We take one every 4 years, and we can look back over time and we can see who and what the country was and where it was just on the presidential election.
I think it's so exciting to watch and see where the American people come down on their decision. And ultimately, that's what voting, what democracy, and what elections are all about.
But I still don't like it that he gets as close as he, like that. That's not about our country. You know what I mean? Or homophobic or anything like that. They get all offended when you call, you label them and call them something, whatever. But it's exactly what they do. And he did a lot of campaigning.
I seen people comment like this one.
Yeah, I see them come in and out, but I don't.
NBC News can project at this hour in the presidential race in the state of Virginia that there is a winner in Virginia. Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in the state of Virginia. NBC News can also project a winner in the presidential contest in North Carolina. NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first projection of a result in any of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina, going to Donald Trump. I understand we also have a change in the characterization of the presidential race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call. Looking at the overall map, the road to 270. Right now, Donald Trump stands at 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, of the 7 swing states that we and everybody else has been watching, we now have an NBC News call in the first one, Joy. North Carolina called for Donald Trump.
Yep. And so it was, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Steph.
People didn't have any surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form, but they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 weeks. You cannot underestimate the impact that had. But to Joy's point, there's no surprises in this election. People knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were getting. So they get what they get.
I want to talk about Mark Robinson for a second, because I think it's sort of interesting. Mark Robinson is like running an experiment, which is like, what's the floor?
But they don't want to
What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee in a swing state, in basically a closely done?
Remind people who he is.
Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina running for governor. He is the one who said he was called himself a Nazi at one point on the Nude Africa Forum, where he had a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every single offensive thing a person can do. He has a very, very long history of saying incredibly repellent, omnidirectionally offensive statements about just about every group imaginable. He is the opposite of what you would call like diplomatic or like political. He's going to get his
What is
He
that?
lost. He lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So, like, to me, I look at that 40%. I think, where does everyone start in the structurally polarized America that we live in? And the answer is Mark Robinson at 40%. Like that guy ran about a bad race. He was abandoned by the top of the ticket. He was abandoned by fellow Republicans.
Abandoned by his entire staff.
By the entire staff. He had just about the worst news cycles you've ever seen for any candidate. And in basically what has been a 50-50 state, more or less, so it's a good experiment. That is the floor, is 40. So the reason that matters is because there's two things happening in every election. There's the structural stuff that's happening, and then there's what happens in that campaign, what the candidates are, what's happening in the news. The structural stuff in this country is like the 40%.
Yeah.
That structural stuff is moving in all sorts of interesting directions, and Steve has been talking about them. The realignment we've seen of working class voters moving from parties to the left to parties to the right, that's happened in every single OECD developed democracy across the world over the last 16 years, 20, you can go back further. Because of how structurally polarized we are, everything's happening at the margins. And the margins are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. In a room of 100 people with people wearing different colored shirts, that's like 3 people changing the color of their shirt. It's 4 people changing the color of their shirt. That's where everything happens in American politics right now.
Well, and I think it goes back to what David Plouffe said there and said they built a campaign for Kamala Harris to try to defeat a Donald Trump that had a 48% ceiling. It looks like from some of what Steve Kornacki is telling us, that his ceiling might have been higher this time.
Well, we talked to David exactly about that this idea that his ceiling was 46.1 or 46.7, it had always been that. And so there'll be much more time to follow this. We are following the story and the facts, and the story's not over. But if Donald Trump did increase that margin over what had been a 8-year ceiling, right? There will be much to say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was an economy election. And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. And you add what you said.
But working class voters are actually mad at everyone. They're mad at the system. They're mad at the establishment. And Democrats have thought in the last few years, listen, look at all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country. But we forget, not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania, but many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that when the economy is bad enough and that's front and center, people tend to vote against what they see as the incumbent party. In this case, you had an incumbent vice president. And all I'm saying, and we don't know yet, I'm just saying that, is it that everyone gave Donald Trump a bigger hug because he closed so well? Again, I'm talking about the total vote. We're not issuing any new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbent?
Or they don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of people, especially low wealth people. You know, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time on our shows, is that poor and low wealth people actually don't vote for the most part. They normally sit it out. And so there's a checking out of the system and saying, I'm not receiving economic benefits college loan forgiveness doesn't impact me. And so people are actually, in some cases in this country, backing out of voting altogether. So I think there's a tendency to think it's poor people voting against their best interests, when in many cases, poor people aren't voting at all. And so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor. You could be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington.
If you get out and vote for your interests, then you can start. We can start.
You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it, right? NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next governor in Washington. Republican opponent Dave Reichert. But Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the winner there. I had mentioned that we were going to talk about some of the tight Senate races that we've got right now. We are still going to do that, but I want to go first to Philadelphia. Our own Jacob Soboroff is at the tabulation center in Philly, which is kind of the center of the political universe right now. Jacob, what are you saying?
But we can't seem to get that in our head.
Rachel, last I spoke with you, we were at this door with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the tabulation of the ballots and all election administration in Philadelphia. We expect another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time. And I have some specific numbers that may or may not be useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time. And that would leave a total universe according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left, but that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different vans. But I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning, there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I will just let you know, Jacob.
Let's take a look. Here come these additional trucks. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly
Here, I'll give you one
encounter.
More peek, just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you get the tap on your shoulder momentarily, don't tell them that you know us, Jacob.
It's coming. It's coming.
We will always have your back. I'm kidding.
Yeah, better to ask for forgiveness and permission, Soboroff.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Soboroff, you just turn on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do something wrong? What, how, me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a too close to call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan, Also too close to call. This is Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat, versus Mike Rogers, the Republican, with just over 40% of the vote in. Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senate race. We've got a Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is with just over 70% of the vote in. This is where things stand in Wisconsin. Here's Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona. This is too early to call. You see Congressman Ruben Gallego there with just over 52% of the vote. Carrie Lake just under 46% of the vote. That's with just over half the vote counted. Too early to call in Arizona. In Nebraska, this is a very interesting one. Too early to call. Here's an incumbent Republican, Deb Fisher. Her opponent here is not a Democrat. He's an independent, Dan Osborne, who's actually said that he won't caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the status between them here, you can see on your screen, almost 50-50 with about 60% of the vote in. Also looking at Montana. Very interesting. We've only got about 14% of the vote in Montana. This is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger, Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call, just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race. I think if, Democrats, obviously their pie in the sky view of these Senate races was that like Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, and maybe Texas was within reach with Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. Now I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly.
Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw going all the way back to the spring a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden, and that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converge or there's something picking up there. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona, in which Ruben Gallego, it looks like, is going to outperform the top of the ticket because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic R's. They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate Leadership Fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the Senate Leadership Fund. These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys.
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're running, they're converging with the top of the ticket.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who of course was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if in fact Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential spring in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats had one with a strong record, even against tailwinds that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah, and I just to speak about Sherrod Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the call that race for the challenger Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to start,
no one swam
not tonight,
against that river.
For our next live or whatever, I'm gonna have to start
Sherrod
messing
Brown,
with
who I first profiled in 2006 when he's running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer really like beat him, and that's where
not
like
just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous
Tell me if that-
amount of
if it
money
worked,
in
okay?
cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
Let me
Gensler.
also say there was about a 40 million spend from the outside crypto super PAC against Sherrod Brown, precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that he.
And can we just also note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening.
Are you coming in focused better?
I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call, 84% of the vote is in, just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call, 44% of the vote in, difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in, just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates. And in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in. Also in Nevada, it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada. All right, let's go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio, Sherrod Brown's state. They flipped to Bernie Moreno, and that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57, 58 if you round it, 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points, getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Not Harris, not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally, in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update. And Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden. But Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County, in these more blue collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, if in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update, but this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes. His lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one. More than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite Harris hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more. They desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dodson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. Shamari Figures will be joining the Alabama congressional delegation from that 2nd congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on that same ballot, Missouri voters voted to increase the minimum wage and have paid sick time. And it looks like this is winning by a significant margin. Look at this, more than 80% of the vote in, 59-41 in favor of raising the minimum wage. Again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races in lots of different states over the course of tonight about people picking politicians who are absolutely opposed to the policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy, right? That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about Black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted. And then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy, but what he would actually do to the economy, the policies he will put forth, right? The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger. Right. And then these tariffs are terrible for the economy.
I think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly. One is Democrat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign, not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close. But he did close with an ad touting his support for the quote Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two, I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. In the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that, with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a state ballot, whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire. But they will feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think will take care of me economically because he was on television. But literally, the policies that you're going to get. And this is what listen, you get the government you ask for. But then if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them real jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we were talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. One of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020. Put it in a book. From 2020. These are extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? We're not, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 points.
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Like we're just in a completely different world than that. And what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So like there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this.
Right.
And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces, but like it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. And some of them, they're right, they're correct. And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then, or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits. Immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
And it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive. Even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world. To me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, we would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy, and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also building above the economy was democracy is actually the number one thing that and so there was a tremendous concern about what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also driving more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. And this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago. But what I am hearing, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch. Lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not insurmountable. The gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah. The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important. Yeah. And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Kornacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there, but we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape level deal in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking on, focused on.
Well, look,
I mean, we're gaining back.
The thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough
had the Bible upside down, reading it,
Yeah.
right?
To
actually draw the line in the sand.
Although, can I just say, 50, these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was 57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
And 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of people voting for Trump and for abortion
There
rights.
you go. There you go.
But I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
no, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm saying it's absolutely every color under the rainbow. It is every shade of how we start to parse and understand elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next. If the MAGA movement continues to expand, as it seemingly has, I mean, there's some real consideration about whether or not Trump hits the national popular vote here tonight. There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend Simone. Claire is a savant in many respects, but is born out of an experience of understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're built.
Margins.
And how they're built.
I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly. How elections are built. And I think that this is for a lot of folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing. That 2016, focus group where I saw a young mother. I've told a story of a young white female suburban mother of two divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said it's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
Well, I just will say, and I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and cons in there.
I think it's all. I think it's most.
Yeah, I think you have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after New Jersey was very, very close in that 2020 race. Was that 2020? He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups, and what he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this. And we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over until all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first Black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. In that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right. And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Also Brooks now join the ranks of Black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari Figures in Alabama, a district that was created because people in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority Black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first Black Speaker of the House. So there are many things that are happening tonight, and I think that everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
and all over your head.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state of Wisconsin. And when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area. But two, we know that Milwaukee is usually the last to post its results. And when you look at the margin right now in Wisconsin with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight, Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the vice president will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are outstanding right now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot of these ballots to come, that Republicans in the state are saying they're very optimistic, guys.
Shaq Brewster for us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be coming back to you, Shaq. And Parks has some follow-up questions, but I have to interrupt my own train of thought to bring you a call. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got two called thus far in Georgia and in North Carolina per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the seven of the seven states that we consider to be battleground states, two, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour, both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, two counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now? That we've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we're not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also, still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here. We've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery. They're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer. But NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
Well, this is huge because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. It would, but so the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
Let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting expecting. We're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. 246. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow, I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. They were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House, a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 in the morning and I'm punchy. Like mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called, and as we watch for additional flips and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you can probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like. He did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd will be. There are a lot of unknowns in that statement. I do know that there was a lot of hand-wringing and consternation in her camp about when she should leave, about when she should start to head here. And her victory party, which was in another part of town, at what point they turned off the TV set and just piped up the music because the room was starting to get increasingly somber. So a lot of people here, I haven't had a chance to talk to people who expressed disappointment. And there really is still a lot of people who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge and a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called. But as you say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, General Mally Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count those votes, and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you can see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math. Sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people in the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving. And they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing. And this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team. And I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know. And Jen O'Malley Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden. And then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment, and maybe still hopeful too. But I've been thinking a lot about them as well because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
And I think it's important to say that anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. She had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swiftie to the Swifties. She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and that must be counted because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now. And anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that some, the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had someone maybe with a Russia, VPN or maybe in Russia calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, it's minority Black and indigenous counties. Bomb threats.
And 2 points on that. One, to reinforce what Joy is saying and what we know, but the truth bears repeating. We are counting all the votes and following the facts. We are not in a race to get the facts. We will follow them and they will come when they come. We are not in a prediction contest. We're not in a probability contest. We're not in a is your needle right contest. We are going to do that. So that's number one, and we are committed to that. And I wish everyone was committed to that, but we've learned not everyone is. Full stop.
Why are you saying that? You sound like you're defending against something that other people are doing wrong.
I think there are a lot of folks out there that don't care about that, and so either they
don't care about the real result. They want to jump to they want to jump to it before we know it. I got you. Okay.
So that full stop. Then there's the journalism of we'll deal with this. What we're seeing right now in the last 10 minutes, and we are seeing where both campaigns are at, which doesn't mean they know the future, which is why I so laboriously made that point. But we've seen Donald Trump think he might win re-election and sound like that, and he lost. We saw the Hillary Clinton campaign, I say this in the most bipartisan way possible, on election even 16, really think they were going to win. So that's not predictive or dispositive, as the lawyers would say, but I stopped practicing. So it doesn't mean anything really, but I will say in reporting it, what we just saw from the Harris campaign looks like their expectation is more pessimistic than optimistic. We didn't see them bring out a real fire breather who's acting like, hey, give us a little more time. We got this. It wasn't a long speech. It didn't even, and Jen can speak to this as can everyone on the panel, it didn't sound like a battle plan of here's the next 36 hours. It sounded more pessimistic. And on the flip side, and I don't mean this as an insult to Donald Trump, although it is a negative observation, the only time he's quiet and talks about things being fair is if he thinks he's already won. When it's uncertain, he accuses everyone of cheating and undermines people's trust in this, which is unfortunate. And when he's losing, he's the loudest. And we all were at this table late night last cycle when we know in the end he lost, and he came out and did that. And so I just want to observe, and I'm sure many other people can add insights to this, that the Harris campaign sounds like that. And he is as quiet as we've seen him.
That I think that's exactly what we're all observing is kind of the vibes that you're seeing from people rush out of a venue that you just saw Cedric Richmond speak at, and not Kamala Harris saying, I'm so proud to be the next president of the United States. I'm sure, I would bet, I should say, to be accurate, that they had debates internally, and you referenced this. Should she go out and speak? Should Tim Walz go out and speak? And there are different choices you make on campaigns. And this is not reflective of what the outcome is necessarily going to be. But in 2004, John Edwards went out and spoke, right?
They sent Edwards out.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We all thought he was the great next hope. We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
I him from my memory.
I know.
It's like he didn't exist.
I'm returning him back. I'm sorry about that. We saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also speak then. You have discussions in the campaign about what message you're sending. So I do think, to your point, Ari, sending Cedric out there, who is not the candidate, not the vice presidential nominee, is trying to be more businesslike, right? Than sending a message that, guys, we don't want to keep you up till 5 a.m. It's going to happen.
And not the running mate and not the campaign manager.
Let me interject for a moment. We do have a call. NBC News can project that in the presidential race in New Mexico, there is a winner, and the winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. You know, we shall see. I think the Democrats were hoping they'd do so well they'd expand the map to Texas and Iowa, and they didn't win either of those either. At this point, we've got 2 of the 7 swing states called. They are North Carolina and Georgia, both called per NBC News for Donald Trump. We're still watching the results come in all of the other swing states. We're heading toward a 1 a.m. closing in Alaska. That'll be our last poll closing of the night. Steve, as we're heading toward that, what are you watching?
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. Again, we talk about that South Central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight: Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there. 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there.
Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to catch up. No word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now as they both try to get to 270 electoral votes. Shazam! There it is. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at the, battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes between the two candidates, 86% of the vote in. In Arizona, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. 70% of the vote in Nevada. Looking at the Alaska House race, there's no Senate race right now in Alaska, but there is a House race in Alaska that is of interest and is one of these races to watch in the country right now in the Alaska House race, where Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola is trying to hold on to that seat, facing Nick Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich running in this race as a Republican, despite his family's Democratic history in the state. This race is, at this point, too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. You know, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020. So an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed. So there are pockets here where Trump can gain too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approached 90% in the Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record as we look at the map of the country here, and you see in gray the states that aren't called. You take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris, but just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm going to show you just two counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic, down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight, but look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains.
Steve, thank you very much. Looking now at what remains outstanding, obviously we've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've also been talking about control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many contested House races that are going to come out, even just in California. And California, very proudly and with no compunction whatsoever, takes weeks to count.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll wait.
You'll wait, and it'll be really important for the country, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And they've done it that way for years in many cycles, and there's no fighting with them about it. Right now, at this hour, I understand that there are roughly 2 Democratic flips, meaning seats that were held by Republicans that are now held by Democrats, and roughly 4 Republican flips, seats that were held by Democrats that will in the future be held by Republicans. And so we'll look at some of those details, and we'll try to keep an eye on, look at all the uncalled races. There's tons of them here. But with a Republican-controlled Senate and with the sort of vibe check that we're getting from the 2 presidential campaigns, control of the House, as you mentioned, Chris, could become one of the most important things in the country.
And, you know, let's go back to control of the Senate for a moment. It's only control of the Senate for 2 years. And in the next 2 years, the Democrats will have the advantage in the Senate campaign that the Republicans had this time, which is to say more Republicans will be defending incumbent seats against Democrat. More Republican seats will be exposed to being flipped. And so it is a 2-year hold by the Republicans.
They're going to rig, they're the ones
that,
who are going to do
starting
cheating, and they're the
sometime
ones who
tomorrow,
make the laws.
Chuck Schumer's going to be working on how to get that back for 2 years.
There is, you mentioned the judges, which is such an important generational piece of this, but in that 2 years, there's also the confirmation of nominees. And if it's Kamala Harris sitting in the White House, it's going to become extremely difficult to get nominees through.
Let alone judges.
Let alone judge, it's true. It's the flip side. If Trump is in the White House, some of these nominees, and this might be, we don't know where things will be, an interesting thing to watch, might be very easy to get through, or maybe people like, there might be some who feel they're at risk in 2 years, and maybe they'll surprise us, but will have a huge impact. Some of the people that Trump would nominate might get through, even if there should be
concerns. And also, remember, David Jolly made this point when he was on with me the other day, is that Vice President Harris's coalition, this broad coalition she built that includes the Liz Cheneys of the world, the Adam Kinzinger, her allies are not in power. They're mostly, members who are now turfed out. So the actual existing House, the current House majority, is very Trumpy. It's very far right wing.
Led by Mike Johnson, who led the coup.
And so even if you had like a narrow Democratic majority, it would be incumbent upon Hakeem Jeffries. He would have to do what Speaker Pelosi has been able to do, which is to navigate a narrow majority, because it doesn't look like either side, either way, would have a very large majority.
If the Democrats take the House, which again, it's going to be a while, everybody settle in, Jamie Raskin will be the chairman of the Oversight Committee. And there will be people like that who will take on outsized leadership roles and help guide through to be a check on if there's a Trump in the White House with Senate controlled by Republicans. And that could be an interesting dynamic of this that people are undervaluing at this moment.
I just want to add one note of explanation about why California can take as long as it does. They actually don't have all the ballots tonight. The ballots can arrive in California, I think, as much as 7 days after Election Day, but for several days after Election Day. So once they get all the ballots in a very, very close House race, then we can start to get to it. But it's not like they're sitting around being slow about it. They literally are waiting for some ballots to arrive later this week.
Yeah, and it's the culture in California. There's no drama about this in California. It's not like people are gnashing their teeth in the state going, why is it taking so long? Everybody knows that they can still receive ballots 7 days after Election Day and have them counted.
Just, I want to say one more point about checks, because there's a sort of saying you've heard for years in the world of sort of democratic development about democracy is more than elections. And the reason I think that's an important statement to think about is it's possible we don't know what the night is going to bring. The Senate, we've called for Republicans. Donald Trump is currently up in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he would be the next president of the United States. The House, we're not going to know for weeks. but it's possible
but they don't count.
that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. Donald Trump won an election in 2016. He got a Republican House, he got a Republican Senate. They were all fired up and they're going to repeal Obamacare, and they tried twice and it didn't work. There was a lot of things they wanted to do and they didn't work because basically of the other parts of what American democratic culture is. And that was an important and meaningful lesson for the vibrancy of the American democratic experiment. And there's been lots of tests of and threats to that in the intervening years. But those are, no one gets elected those things tonight. We're not going to make a call about those parts of civil society, those institutions, what citizens do. Those things are there on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no matter who gets called where. And in some ways, those are some of the most important attributes of American democracy.
And governors. Sure, another important part of this. And there are some incredible Democratic governors out there who are overseeing in big important states like California and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Maryland. And they become part of the defense of democracy and the defense of rights, and they take on a big role,
right? Because if you're talking about policies like mass deportations, if you're living in a red state, you're more exposed in a way than you would be if you're living in a state with a governor who intends to protect you. And so I think, these are the questions that, again, we're not there yet. We haven't gotten to that yet, but those are the things that people would then have to think about is where, where you live then suddenly becomes very important to what actual rights you have as a citizen.
Let me interject just for a moment. We have a change in a characterization. This is not a projection of a winner, but in Nevada, we had previously had word from NBC News that this race was too early to call. Now in Nevada, in the presidential race, it is too close to call. You see 70% of the Nevada vote in, a difference of just under 40,000 votes between the two candidates. Similarly, in the Nevada Senate race, a previous characterization by NBC News had been in this Senate race that it was too early to call. But now in the Nevada Senate race, this is too close to call. This is Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen facing Republican challenger Sam Brown. It is too close to call, and boy, is it. Look at that, 70% of the vote in Nevada. The difference between these two candidates, just barely 3,000 votes. Look at that, 483,000 and something versus 480,000 and something. A very close and therefore too close to call race in Nevada in that Senate race. And again, that's crucial not just to the future of Jackie Rosen versus Sam Brown. It's crucial in terms of what the margin's going to be in the Senate, which has all sorts of material consequences for what the Republicans are going to be sort of capable of doing there. Ari, I interrupted you.
Oh, well, we were going around doing this new exercise. We're not there yet, but.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd throw one in.
Okay. Hit it.
I say it every time, right?
Yeah.
We're not there yet. But we have now NBC's called a Republican Senate. Donald Trump has busted through his past ceiling and is doing very well, better than he ever has before in the national trends. And then we have several races that are too close to call, as Rachel just reminded us. So we're not there yet. But in the event that you would have another Trump term, you then have a very important thing that happens in democracies that builds on what you each were saying, which is, what did you vote for? Did you vote for a different economy? Did you vote for things that were promised to you to fix prices and inflation, for populist agenda, other things? Were you told that changes to certain international policies would benefit you in your own community? And just as we talked about the reaction to inflation, how many years that takes, and here's some of what people said, democracy and the economy really out front there in people's own estimations today of their biggest issue. And do you find in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, none of those things are being addressed, or none of those real world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating what I think looks like a very significant set of outcomes. But if people voted for the economy and other improvements and they don't get them quickly, there's no reason to think that they and others in the country will suddenly be just at peace with the non-delivery of that. The energy that's against Washington and incumbents and some of these things can just shift on to the next incumbents. We have had waves of angst from 15, 16, through the first term where the Democrats came back in the midterms, through the COVID era and through the recent era. And so that's another piece here is, did the person you elect deliver on anything they told you would get better in your life?
I'm just advised, can I ask the control room if we have somebody to go to on this? I think you just told me that we do. Thank you very much. We think that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is on his way to go address his supporters. Trump would be on his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans, but that's why we're lucky enough to be able to check in with NBC's own Vaughn Hilliard, who was at Trump's election night headquarters in Florida. Vaughn, what do you see?
Ballots could absolutely go for her.
Hey, Rachel, we're in West Palm Beach. It's our understanding he's beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach here to West Palm to the convention center, where I am told by a campaign official that he is set to speak soon. They were waiting, the campaign was for North Carolina and Georgia to be called, and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not, or signal that the votes are coming in and they feel like they are in a good position. But this, when talking to folks that worked in his first administration White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies, there are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington. They say they don't want to jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, the longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who was over at the Mar-a-Lago estate where Trump was joined by the likes of Elon Musk, Dana White, as well as others who have really helped lift him up politically in the last months, including individuals like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before now to understanding Donald Trump is making his way here. And Roger Stone, I mention him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican Party. And this is a moment in which I asked him very directly, you know, again, I understand that we are still counting votes here at this time, but at the least bit, there is a part of the American electorate that has chosen to elevate somebody like Donald Trump potentially back to the White House. And I asked Roger Stone, what did he make of this for the history books of watching after 9 years of America become acquainted with Donald Trump, somebody who is so transparently brash and somebody who is so willing to denigrate his perceived enemies. And the way that he phrased it to me was, quote, how very American. No one argues that he's perfect. No one is perfect, but he's genuine. He's not a constructor, handled, or managed. We embrace the imperfect. We're Americans. That's Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is on his way now here at a moment, of course, that would potentially in the days ahead lead to many conversations about the potential policy impact of what a Trump White House with a Republican Congress could look at. But for now, of course, there are ballots still to be counted in several battleground states before Donald Trump would be able to decisively declare victory. But nonetheless, he plans to take the stage behind me here, just a few miles from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the place that he has all but camped out and over the last 4 years, ever since that January attack, and not attending the inauguration of Joe Biden, moving to Florida in isolation, rising back up to prove his prominence in the Republican Party by helping get MAGA allies of his elected in the 2022 midterms. And Donald Trump here today about to take the stage at a moment in which he and his team feel like they have politically proved from these early results that he is in a good position here. Guys.
Vaughn, I don't know if you can hear me. I know there's big cheers going up from the crowd there. You had mentioned at the outset of your remarks that they had wanted to see the results in Georgia and North Carolina, and they had wanted to see things going their way in Virginia before he spoke. He did not win Virginia. Do you know anything about the calculus as to have him speaking anyway without another a state that they were watching for under their belt.
Right. Apologies for misspeaking on my part. I meant Pennsylvania, where we go back to 4 years ago. Of course, it was Steve Bannon that urged Donald Trump to prematurely declare victory. Donald Trump at 2 a.m. on election night in 2020, he did exactly that. We asked our colleague Jake Traylor asked Donald Trump earlier today inside of the West Palm Gymnasium where he voted whether he would potentially acknowledge that it may take several days to count ballots and be willing to acknowledge that he may not be able to declare victory tonight. He did affirmatively say that he understood that we may not know the results at this point in time based off of NBC's, another news organization. We have not called it. But of course, Donald Trump has shown an eagerness to, in 2012, in 2016, in 2018, 2020, in 2022, to declare victories even when news organizations have declared otherwise. So, of course, we expect now in a matter of minutes here, guys, to hear directly from the former president.
Vaughn Hilliard for us in Florida. Thank you very much, Vaughn. We'll be back with you as the night progresses. As Vaughn was just reporting there, Trump has been watching election returns at his home at Mar-a-Lago, which I used to call a golf club, and then I learned there's no golf there. No, wrong one. He's on his way from there by car to the convention center there in Palm Beach, and we expect him to be addressing that exultant crowd. So we shall see. I mean, presumably he's going to declare victory. We thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things look, we assume that he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see what those remarks are.
Yeah, I mean, Ari made this point before, which I thought was a really smart one about how he's loudest when thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks he's winning, at least in terms of what was coming out of that operation. I mean, Trump has this sort of he could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. You know, he will sometimes talk about things like unity, or they'll try to keep him on unity in a prompter speech for like a few sentences.
Yeah. I'm not expecting that.
I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting that. I'm just comparing people. There are these sort of brief glimmers of when his handlers have sort of puffed him up enough where he does that. He may just, riff about 1980s movies. I mean, you really never know.
Sharks?
Alex.
I feel like there's an aspect to all of this. It's 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning here. And some people are going to go to sleep. Not us, of course. But in Western Europe, and in the UK and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
Oh, and they are.
And I'm thinking the people who are going to wake up to Donald Trump's remarks tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Zelensky and, the people of Poland and people in Gaza and people in Tel Aviv and
I've already gotten a text from Ghana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about.
Yeah, and then we're not thinking about all them evil.
A friend of a friend said maps being redrawn in Western Europe if Donald Trump. The implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is at a hinge point, and this is very much an election about the global world order. I think we shouldn't forget, as we are kind of trying to think about how to go to bed and grapple with all of this, there's another side of the world that's waking up to this, is trying to figure out what this may mean, not just for America, but for them.
May I reiterate, there are 2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall. None of those states called by NBC News. Neither has Nevada nor Arizona. What has been called is Senate control, and of course we can read the campaigns in terms of what they are saying without saying anything yet.
And it's 8:25 a.m. in Kyiv, where people they wake up earlier than that, and they are very worried as they look at where this election stands at this hour.
And you've seen, there was a whole sort of conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, to try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wanted Donald Trump to be president. Nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu, who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to clear-cut Gaza, that would, would truly like to complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the consequences, ironically, for those, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, if we don't know that this would be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions, is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic if the outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right, that are happening. Obviously, there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. But there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level, with enormous stakes at play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought, is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got America switching sides in the Ukraine-Russia war to instead support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support the aggressor, to support Russia. If you've got ongoing secret communications, even out of government, between the Republican nominee and the person who funded his campaign and led his ground game, right? Both of whom are communicating with the Russian government without reporting that information to the U.S. government. And on top of that, you've got reporting from the New York Times that they're considering, once there is a second Trump administration, if it happens, to stop performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests and is currently under indictment, and who has reportedly been put at the top of a short list to be White House counsel. And he is the one who has proposed getting rid of all background checks for security clearances, which means handing out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world since World War II. You are not going to have continued sharing of information with a new administration that has an open line with Vladimir Putin. And that is going to essentially be willing to handle classified information the way the man who was indicted for handling it the way he did at Mar-a-Lago at the top, and with handling security clearances the way they've purportedly described. It's just going to be, that's something that'll happen.
It's a different work.
That will happen during the transition. That's not something that happens in January. And if we're at that level, if that's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage, the idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right? Because it puts Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature. Right? That's one of the things they do, from Orban to Putin to everybody else. You have a Potemkin legislature that's not allowed to actually do anything, and you do that when your opponents still have some foothold there. But that's just going to push those questions right to the very front, very fast. And I, for one, am glad to have a little breathing room before we get there.
And the other piece that Stephanie was here, she would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market, you think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world, and the rest of the world counts on political stability here to help to create political and financial stability globally. So, and these are the things that people who are voting, on very pecuniary, very particular issues, the price of eggs. I'm voting on this one thing. It's not something you have to think about. It's not your job to think about it, right? You're thinking about the things you want or who you vibe with as a candidate, but the implications of who is the American president go far beyond, right? Who you like and who you prefer performatively in that White House. It matters for the stability of our currency. It matters for the stability of our economy. And if our economy cannot survive an unstable White House, then everyone will suffer. Everyone who's thinking they're going to get, $1 a gallon gas. Welcome to the world in which the United States is an unstable, unreliable country with whom Western Europe cannot ally. Welcome to the world in which the United States is seen as maybe a threat to global security. And these are the things. It's not that it's any voter's job to think about it.
Yeah.
But somebody's going to think about it.
The last profile, the Vanity Fair, James Pogue profile of Steve Bannon that ran, the last profile of him before the election, which ran while he was in prison before he got out. The sort of culminating point of it is that Bannon's dream for the second Trump presidency is to get rid of the dollar.
Yes.
And so, if that's the kind of
crypto,
crypto. But that the dollar should no longer be the world's reserve currency, and that in fact maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea. And so, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're at.
I'm open to eliminating the
That's as far as we want to get rid of that forever.
Daylight savings. Let's go.
Well, and you have, multiple Senate seats, at least one that we've called, actually being purchased in a sense, just straight out by people who are crypto multimillionaire. That class of sort of U.S. oligarch is actually not anymore just funding the candidates they want. They're just going to be the candidates they want. And so you're now seeing the U.S. go in a position so much more like the oligarchy that it started out as, that it does make you wonder sort of what does that look like if the U.S. goes very far in the direction of a Hungary? What does it look like? Because Hungary is a small economy. Russia is a tiny economy. I think it's smaller than Texas' economy. We're the United States. If our structure, our political structure, our social structure, and our economic structure is more like Hungary, Katie bar the door on what that does to the global economic outlook.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is looking at ongoing returns in Pennsylvania. Steve, are we at 94% in Pennsylvania? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, we are. It's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots. In the 2022 midterm, this is in Philadelphia, in the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which again, I'll show you 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, a poor Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes, you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania. You know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional.
Steve, can we look at Pennsylvania Senate before we leave the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9 to 48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals. But while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now.
Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters in Palm Beach, I'm going to put you to work a little bit on a couple more Senate races, if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing.
Obviously, Larry's wrong. They leave in the morning. All right, world. Yes. Dallas, United States. I know, right? Well, hopefully, maybe we'll wake up to some good news tomorrow. I hope so. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hope so. I hope I can get some sleep. Shit. Yeah, this is here we go again. But anyway, world, thanks for joining us tonight. And, thank you. Please like, share, and subscribe, and check our other live streams and videos out, and share. And Hopefully we'll see y'all Sunday if I haven't jumped off the cliff. Charles might be doing the show himself.
Oh, no, I said I was going to run into traffic.
You're going to run into traffic.
Right.
Well, you better hope that it takes, because sometimes it doesn't take, you might get off mangled, but, spend a day or two at the hospital, but I'm going to look for a big cliff.
Okay.
One with a ravine.
Right. Just take me.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Oh, my God. So,
If we didn't learn anything else, at least we learned the importance of voting, getting out there and vote. So you guys remember your local votes are very important. If you can, like Alvin did, and when he was in Arlington, he became, what were you again? A delegate?
I was the delegate that helped send Obama to the White House. I had to go and cast my vote. I was the, we caucused in Arlington, and I was the one they chose to be the delegate for Barack Obama.
Yeah, get involved like that, or at least, send out flyers, pass them out or whatever. Any way you can get involved. But yeah, this voting thing that we have, this democracy that we're supposed to have, is really important, you guys.
It's not a true democracy.
Yeah, it's really not. But
it never has been.
Yeah. But hey, it's been working. Well, it's been, we've been doing it for some time now. How old is America or whatever? But
it's about almost 400 years.
400 years, yeah. But yeah, this is very important.
400, a little over, but maybe a little under. Give or take, I can't remember. It's somewhere close to that.
Yeah. And if you guys are gonna watch this later, leave comments or whatever. Leave comments like, a question I would ask you guys: what would you like to see changed, like in America or whatever? So if you see this, leave some comments in the comment section. Like, what would you like to see change? Did your person win? How did you predict it? Like, let us know. Let us know what your thoughts are. We pretty much been talking about. We definitely want Kamala to win. We definitely want to, we want the Senate and the House and all that. And of course, we want to see change. We don't want to see our rights taken away, because it affects us.
Well, it's coming.
Yeah, but
I hate to be so cynical, but yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, we didn't want that, but it looks like that may.
Yeah, if he wins and the Republican wins, yeah, it's coming. Especially if they take the House, the Senate. They already got the Supreme Court. So, like we said, so yeah. But anyway, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get some sleep here, and then see how it goes tomorrow. But
see you guys later. Have a nice night.
yeah. Hopefully we can.
I know.
Get some sleep.
Yeah.
Goodbye, world.
Bye.